Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, Day 3 of this Championship match in Division 2 between Middlesex and Gloucestershire. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me, Andrew McKenna. For this one, it's a cloudy morning over NW8. Hopefully that doesn't affect matters because the floodlights are up. They're not on just yet, but it's a little bit grim out there. That could, of course, help the Middlesex bowlers, Macca. And, well, they're gunning for victory here after what's been a pretty good couple of days so far.
Yeah, it's like autumn suddenly arrived compared to summer of the last couple of days, but when you're trying to take wickets, it could be absolutely perfect. There is a bit of a nip. There is a lot of cloud cover. Could those external factors help Middlesex out in their push for victory in this game?
Gloucestershire, they had a pretty good start with the bat, but 3 quick wickets before stumps yesterday have changed things a little bit. Let's have a look back on those Day 2 highlights. Edged and gone. Punch at the back of the bat from Cracknell. Beautiful ball from Singdale. He has a 5-foot. Oh, and that was very nearly a wicket. Instead, it'll be the 400 up for Middlesex.
Signalling, should we get a silly point in as well?
And there's Zafar Gohar's response. Swept hard and swept for 4. He's got this one through again. There's a sweeper back below old Father Time, but he's not going to catch it. Downhill on this one, a bigger boundary. More time to get around. Gets that one through. Another boundary. Gohar on to 23. Oh, wow, that's wide and dragged on. Bottom edge from Gohar. Width offered and width punished. Crisply struck by Deploy. Well, that was drifting into the pads, wasn't it? Backing up again, Morgan. Away fine, and it will go away. Swings onto the legs. And sweetly worked off them. Width again and punished again. Morgan rattles on to 21. Edged. It will be edged for 4. It's another boundary for Morgan. Well, that's up there with one of the shots of the innings. Middlesex number 9. Or come down the track and hit the bowler back over his head. So double ton for Lewis Deploy at Lords. First double ton for Middlesex. He was denied one at the start of last season by rain on the final day. Back side and swept fine. Middlesex close on the 500. Lovely shot that is. Melkin's on to 49. There it is. Through mid-wicket, and he brings it up with a boundary as well, Morgan. A fine, fine innings. That is what they will do as Morgan pushes back. We've ticked to half past. Has he edged it? He has. It's going to be 4 more. Rare full stroke. Edged. Oh, it didn't carry. And it goes through the legs. And it's 4 runs. And it is a century stand for the 8th wicket. Use of the feet. Up and over it goes. Four more for deploy.
We've got an hour, whatever it may be.
Goes again. He gets it away this time, and he gets it away sweetly for 4. He's into the 70s, and that brings up Middlesex's 550. Lovely shot. Chase is on, and the chase will fail. Another boundary. Deploys on to 233. Dropping short. Cut hard. And cut for 4. Well, who's got the stamina to go and fetch that? 6 for deploy. Big one. Goes big again. And that is the 250 up for Lias Deploy. The first time he's passed that milestone in his career. Slapped hard for 6. Morgan's into the 90s. Now the reverse has served him well. He's given him. Stumped on 97. Not to be for Morgan. Down the track he comes, and away it goes. Hammered. He's been padded up for a while.
How ironic would have been if he'd taken the catch.
Roland Jones. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. Long on, backing up. Won't get there. Up in the air. And he holds on. Roland Jones gone for 19. Edged. 3 slips in place. First boundary. That's a nice shot. Boundary. He's got enough of that again. There it goes down the slope. Nicely timed, beautifully timed. Races away from Charlesworth. First loose one from Cornwell and punished by Charlesworth. Carved through. Cover point, that one. Let's run away. Lovely shot. Flowing back. All the way down the slope for 4 more. Very fine, and it's 4 more, and it's 50 for Charlesworth. 52 balls. Leg side. Well, Charlesworth's got places to be this weekend. We're in the 23rd. 20 to go tonight. Oh, there he goes again. 6 this time. And has he? Yes, he has. Double fist punch from Toby Rowland-Jones. Closer again. And there he is this time. Nelson strikes. Phillips falls. Both openers are gone. Now, gone. Hammonds with the inside edge. Gohar with the second wicket. Short leg with the catch. Nice. Get a boundary for it, and a welcome boundary for Gloucestershire, just to alleviate a bit of pressure. Through it goes. Not convincingly though. Lovely shot. Lovely shot. Just leaned into that, Bracy. Worked away for 4. 146 for 3. Yeah, pretty good day for Middlesex. Pretty tough one for Gloucester. 3 down at stumps. It was all about the runs, though. Lias Deploy with those big runs. And poor Sebastian Morgan, who fell 3 short of what was a deserved century. We spoke to him last night. Sebastian Morgan, well batted today. Fantastic to watch. I mean, obviously unlucky. 3 runs short, but that doesn't take away from the achievement, I'm sure, and the feeling.
No, thank you very much, first of all. Yeah, I mean, it's a great feeling out there to bat out in Lords with Lias, obviously, who batted unbelievably well today. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about the milestone kind of thing. More important to me to get the runs for our team, and you know, I could easily play that shot on 10 and get out. So that's how I feel about it. Really, I'm not too fussed.
And a 50 to begin with at that point. It was great. 18-year-old coming in at 9. He's got 50 to his name. Obviously, he nearly went one better, but bringing up the 50 alone at Lords and raising the bat, that must have been a special feeling.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. Obviously, we had a good crowd out today. Unlike some of the recent games, obviously, because of the rain. And yeah, really nice to play out there in Lords. It's really special every time.
I was going to say, how was it? How was the track out there? How was the bowling? Obviously, you had Lias Deploy at the other end. How big a help was he? I
mean, he's great to bat with. I'm always talking through my ideas with him, and he's sort of maybe yes, maybe no. Happy with this shot. It's great because he's obviously been playing for Middlesex for a couple of years now, but he's been around the county championship for a while, and he really knows what he's doing, and it's great to sort of take some wisdom from him.
And you had a big part to play for the skipper at the other end and for the team. He's obviously gone on to his highest score. He's passed 250 for the first time, but I guess he needed that reassurance from his number 9.
Well, yeah, I'd like to take credit for that, but sadly I can't. I mean, he batted unbelievably well today, and obviously yesterday. Batted most of his innings yesterday, and credit to him, and leading us really well out there as well.
How did the partnership progress in match situation? Obviously Middlesex in a strong position after you fell. Toby Rowland-Jones hit out at the end, but what was the discussions when you came together and throughout that partnership?
Well, I mean, it's still very, even though we were 400 odd for what it was 400 for 7. It's still very important time batting because it looks good wicket and not a huge amount with the ball. When it's not in the right place, it'll fly off to the boundary because we've got short boundary up the hill, and then down the hill, and then but yeah, he's just said to me, look, let's try stay out here, runs will come, and try and bat long with me and stay with me, and I guess I did to some extent.
And that was the next question, was bowling on it as well. You said there's areas to bowl. How did you feel when you got out there? I mean, obviously pretty tired, I'd imagine, when you came on to bowl.
Yeah, well, I had a nice little break before my first bowl, but I didn't manage to put most of my balls in the right spot, but I think Toby, in his last spell that I followed on from, showed us sort of how to do it, building a bit of pressure and then getting a reward of that wicket, and then Zaf obviously into a little bit of rough, bowled fantastically.
Is that the pressure? Is that the game now? Build that pressure, keep that pressure on, and obviously maximise the match situation.
Yeah, I think so. It's important, obviously, on a wicket that might keep a bit low, as we saw out there, to try and keep the stumps in play and keep the batsmen playing, and don't give them any width or anything like that. So I think that's the main sort of takeaway probably from these first 2 days, and hopefully take that into tomorrow.
And what was the reception like when you got back in the dressing room? We got a little glimpse of it on the cameras. You got a standing ovation in there from your teammates.
Well, yeah, it was good. Everyone's so supportive of everyone else, which is really nice. Obviously, I imagine some of them were a bit more gutted than maybe I was that I missed out on the three figures, but no, it's great. Everyone, it's a great sort of atmosphere in the dressing room, I think.
Brilliant. Thanks for your time. All better today.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Sebastian Morgan, who's at the other end of his career to old father time, and a good chat with him yesterday evening. And, interesting to hear his thoughts with batting with Lias Deploy, who said, "Just stay with me, the runs will come, let's just bat time." And I think that was absolutely the right call for the skipper. Selflessly pulled out himself with quite a milestone inside, but his highest first-class score nonetheless, and his side in a very good position. Be interesting though if Morgan had have gone on to get to that century, whether Deploy himself would have kept going as well. But who knows? Either way, they're thinking about wickets today, not runs, and they've got a couple. Zafar Gohar 2 for 35 against his former county. Higgins, who went to Bristol and back again, is going to open the bowling this morning from the pavilion there, which is an interesting move. Not Roland Jones from the top end. So 146 for 3. Cloudy skies at Lords. It's a very different picture today to that of the first 2 days. We're not expecting rain, or if there is, it'll only be a spit, but the light could be an issue. At the moment, the floodlights, which are just out of your shot there, they are off. So we'll wait and see on that front. This is not the first ball of the morning because Price is not ready. I'm not sure anybody's ready out there, actually. I think it was always just a warm-up for Higgins, but we'll go again in a moment. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me Andrew McKenna. The live stream from Lords being brought to you by DafaNews. Unlikely to be the last day of the season, but we're not far from it. Day 3 of this match. 17 wickets would be quite the collapse from Gloucestershire today, but they're under a lot of pressure. 488 behind, and Middlesex will certainly be gunning for a couple of early wickets, and then if they do get it, then the follow-on target almost becomes nominal. It's about time in the game.
I've absolutely no idea what we're waiting for. You can see there's a conversation going on. We're due to be underway at 10:30. It is past 10:30. And I can't see.
There's the answer. We can't see, so they're turning the floodlights on.
Right, so we're actually waiting for the lights to power up before we bowl the first ball.
I thought these were the ones that didn't power up anymore. I thought it was just the flick of a switch. No, we're okay. We're allowed to go. We're going to... yeah, interesting one, that. I mean, the light hasn't deteriorated at all in the last half an hour.
I mean, actually, in the last hour, it's improved. Because when we arrived this morning, it was actually quite gloomy. This is a considerable upgrade on what it was earlier. But as we sit here in the media centre, we can see the lights from the chandelier in the committee room at the far end. And then in the various bars around the ground as well.
Nice clip, brilliant stop. Tumbling in there, Sebastian Morgan. Parried it so far, all the way it ended up at mid-off from mid-wicket.
Thought his interview with you was very interesting there, Kev, when he was talking.
Thanks, Macca.
Well, you've got to have one a season. When he said, well, actually, I wasn't that bothered about the 100, you know, getting the century. It's like, oh, yeah, in years to come you might be.
Yeah, I was about to say it'd be nice if he carried that through his career, because obviously we do all sit here and remember Gareth Berg, former Middlesex all-rounder, who's brought in midway through his 20s and proved to be a brilliant player, went on to have a good career with Hampshire as well. But he kept waiting for that maiden first-class ton. I think he was out, it may have been 99 at Canterbury. But the reason Middlesex were so desperate for an all-rounder was a bit of balance to the side. The batting was struggling. They just needed, and that player was Berg. He just kept on coming up with some really nuggety runs, and that 99 really gritted it out and helped Middlesex in whatever that match position was. And he just saw me. He's like, I can't believe I've missed it by 1 run. I said, that is worth so many a century. Those 99s, that innings, it was just worth so much more than 1 more run. It's interesting because, you know, still, if he'd have got that single and got the century, maybe we'd be talking about it. But because it was 99, we're still remembering it. But, you know, it was. I said to him, there'll be many a century that are worth a lot less than your 99 today.
Exactly, and this is one of the great, I suppose, anomalies of cricket's love of statistics. Someone makes 96, 97, 90. We talk about the 3 or 4 runs they didn't make, not the 94, 95, 96 that they did make, which always seems to do them down a bit.
But yeah, refreshing from the youngster. Distracted because there they go, the lights are on and a few people are. Not as busy as it was the first 2 days. Whether that's the 10:30 start again, just people getting in a little later after rush hour, settled down, setting off. Toby Rowland-Jones from the nursery, and change of ends from the Middlesex opening bowling stalwarts this season.
Yeah, Rowland-Jones had a little go from this end last night, but I don't think Higgins had a go from the pavilion in this game. So it is a swap around. There's certainly a lot less breeze today, at the moment anyway. So maybe they just feel that it's slightly set up for swing in a different way. But Rowland-Jones it is to have a go. To the left-handed Bracy. 2 slips gully. Waiting for the catch.
Couple there. Rowland-Jones starts on the pads.
By the way, there was something yesterday that I completely remiss of me to get your opinion on, Kev. Should Middlesex have carried on batting so Laius Deploy could have got 300? I think it's important that you know we ask these questions so the audience know how you feel.
I will be bringing it up when I see Laius. I'm not happy with him.
Still?
Forever. Until he gets 300 at Lords. And potentially 336, where Middlesex man has the 300 or the top score at Lords.
If you weren't with us yesterday, maybe you're at work or whatever, I thought Kevin might actually combust when Middlesex's captain elected to declare on himself relatively close to a triple century and also the highest scorer in a game here. A bit of shake for Rowland-Jones on that one.
Just died a little on the way through, didn't it? It sort of hint of that at times, a bit of low bounce. There's the Brains Trusts. Kicking themselves. We should have told Leas to bat on, shouldn't we? We were all there on the balcony looking at it. Just needed to send the message down. Leas, 70 runs or so and you'll have the highest score at Lords. I think Mercer was the one who was sharpest of all and was like, yeah lads, come on, we've got to tell him.
Well, clearly no one told him they were doing a coffee run.
Former England spinner Ian Salisbury on the left, Dane Villas, the interim head coach. He was plastered all over Old Trafford. Every corner I turned last week, Dane Villas's picture was smiling at me from somewhere.
I'm glad you finished that sentence.
Well, it's end of season fair at Lords, so maybe that's why the lads have got the coffee in hand this morning.
You were about to get a very rude letter from his lawyer at one point there.
That's why Mercer doesn't have a coffee in hand this morning, of course. Very sensible man. He rarely touches a tipple.
I do actually love the fact that they can just wander around the edge of the pitch and just have a look from different angles and see the lights and just have those conversations.
Hands in pockets for Roland Jones. A little nippy today, isn't it? Last night as well, the temperature was dropping. Well, we promised 18 degrees yesterday. I don't think we'll quite get that today. Little shake for Higgins. Nipping away up the hill.
Feels like it could be a bit of a Higgins day today under these conditions.
Every day's a Higgins day, isn't it? That's a lovely ball. Player of the year the last couple of years. He'll have his work cut out to get it this year. Not quite had the same season with the bat. Leas Deploy has had a brilliant second half of the season, backed up by a double ton yesterday. Roland Jones and Higgins vying for leading wicket taker this year. Stream on the lap, play live in front of you. Clipped from a very straight line, that it got some excitement behind the stumps. It's going to get 4 as well. Roland Jones's reaction's quite clear. I think it would have been not out, would have been the call. ball even if he'd have missed it, but it was a straight line.
It's one of those, like we said yesterday, well, you don't want to be missing those. Well, he was okay at that point because he didn't. Still 480 in arrears. That is the advantage of that mammoth 634 from Middlesex. Even the follow-on still feels a long, long way away. So now there's a question where the early stages of day 3, it's a 4-day game. If Middlesex were in a position to enforce, would they? Because a lot of teams don't like. I guess it's the amount of overs that you bowled and put into the bowler's legs. Do they want even the slightest break just to give them 20 minutes, half an hour off?
I think if they're still batting 3 o'clock this afternoon, then no, you don't enforce the follow-on. I think the bowlers will want a break. The interesting one will be the batters. End of season, you could think of it one of two ways. Well, it's a freebie, let's go out there and have some fun. But equally, you go out there and get a first baller, it's not doing much for your averages. We all know the kind of batters that if they were sent out there this evening, they'd purely be thinking about the red inker. Knowing the declaration's coming, we'll hang out there. We'll get a slow 30, a red inker, that'll help the averages. Whereas if Middlesex were to go back in at tea, after tea this evening with the bat, what the punters would want and what the bowlers would want would be for the batters to go in there, tee off, have some fun.
It's almost a case for, tell you what, here you go, crackers, strap them on, go and have some fun. Pretend you're playing a T20.
Well, yeah, if the point of the exercise wasn't to rest the bowlers, you'd almost say reverse the order. Roland Jones and Noah Cornwell go out there and start hitting sixes. 153 for 3. Long way off, of course. Gloucestershire might still be thinking about a first innings lead.
Well, there are a couple of groups currently wandering around the edge of the ground, because those Middlesex coaches have now stood bang behind the stumps at our end, so they can actually get a good look to see what is and isn't happening as Higgins is about to start a new over. So there's 2 slip cordons. There's the cordon that are doing catching, and then another cordon just over the rope.
So Dane only needs one hand to take a...
Might need to work on their spacing a bit.
Long stop, I think. Yeah, you mentioned there was a group of Gloucestershire players and staff walking around. I think Tom Smith was there, Hammond as well. They were walking to the nets though. So it looks like 2 groups of teenagers heading up towards each other. Oh, this could get nasty. Mercer's really nice to the opposition though. He's just nasty to the rest of us.
I've always got on very well with him, so maybe it's just you.
Well, as I say, you're still in the opposition camp, aren't you? Well, now there's a rugby man. We're slowly bringing you around, aren't we? Have you forgiven me for the Easter Sunday egg chasing job?
Go on. It's near the end of the season.
I mean, of all the days to have off to go to the rugby Easter Sunday, it's too easy. .153 for 3. Poor old Allen stand. Do you know what it's going to be called? Will it still be the Gubby Allen stand over there when it's rebuilt? Or Tavern going down as well?
Just to give you a little head up on the lighting issue, that is just sort of in the corner of my eye, and every now and again you get the sparks there. It does stand out, so it gives you an idea of how gloomy it is at the moment.
With me sat next to you, Matt, I'd have thought you'd get a spark in the corner of your eye all the time.
It's lovely, that, isn't it?
Or am I overdoing our bromance in the commentary box?
We may need to have words later. It's not you, it's me.
Shot. If you would have let me down. Yeah, there we go. They're going across. You can see. There it goes. So that's the taking down of the Avon. Alan, the tavern will be taken down as well. Yeah, the tavern pub is being taken down every night this week. We'll mention no names though. Suffice to say, if you had shares in the tavern, you'd be doing very well this week.
I wonder what they're doing with those bits of metal that are used to be the Allens. And in some other sort of sporting venues, they actually sort of chop them up and auction them off. I wonder if you can get yourself a bit of souvenir scaffolding from the Allen stand.
Well, the outfield's being dug up and sold off this year, isn't it?
Oh, actually, I do need a new ball.
Oh, now there goes another one. That's passed below the bat. Maiden over for Roland Jones, but a warning sign for Gloucestershire.
Well, it's not a great look unless you're a bowler. Then that is an absolute thing of beauty.
Top of the Compton stands. Again, not so busy today. But you can see well wrapped up.
Actually, talk about dismantling stadiums. When I was working in Nottingham many, many years ago, was the old ice hockey stadium, which they knocked down and they rebuilt on the site the new Nottingham Arena, which may have been for concerts or whatever. But they basically said at the final home game in the old one, look, help yourself to some souvenirs while I saw going into the final game in this building was a bloke arrived with a toolbox. Full-on proper toolbox, and he was planning to dismantle the seats after the match. He left after the game with 3 seats under one arm and the toolbox under the other arm. It was just the most normal thing in the world. Oh, umpire news. Snood back on today. Had its first session of day 1. Didn't need it yesterday. Ian Blackwell, the man at square leg. Somerset and England player, of course.
Carved through the covers for 4. It's a lovely shot. Bracy at his best.
Well, I was just thinking to myself, it feels like the lights are sort of taking over now more, and they're getting sort of brighter, but clearly no issue for Bracy at all. He played that. The umpires do tend to get a bit twitchy when the floodlights are taking over from the natural light. But you know what? We want to play cricket, that's more important.
It's a wide stance that Bracy has, isn't it? You forget until you see it again. Looks like he's saddling up, isn't it? Another one pushed away through the covers. Hasn't gone quite as hard as this one. Forcing the old skipper all the way. Oh. 3 taken. He's into the 30s, Bracy. 160 for 3.
Of course, the old maxim is it doesn't really matter how you stand pre the ball arriving, it's the position you're in as it arrives. And James Bracy gets himself into a good position and scores some good runs. 950 in the championship before the start of this match, so 19 more to get to the 1,000 for this campaign. Lowest deploy went past 1,000 yesterday, of course. Back in the old days, it used to be who could get 1,000 before the end of May, but the season structure now makes that so much more difficult. Brackets borderline impossible. So those days are kind of gone.
Lovely. Run for 3 warmed him up.
Yeah, Graham Hick was the last man to get 1,000 by the end of May.
That's extraordinary. Given the number of games that are played by the end of May now, because Hick wouldn't have been playing 7 by the end of May.
Could you imagine what Hick would have got by the end of May, though, if there was a couple of Kookaburra rounds in the early stages back and he was playing? I mean, we were talking about 2,000 by the end of May. I was actually reading something the other day about that. It was always like the gold standard, wasn't it, for batting? But actually, there weren't that many that achieved the 1,000 by the end of May.
Even better, that one.
I'll venture to suggest Toby Rowland-Jones has probably bowled 2 worse deliveries than that and ended up with 2 for. As it stands, he's simply halfway to a maiden.
The stream isn't stuck at the moment on a loop, folks. This is just Toby Rowland-Jones at his best.
He's looking really good from this end, isn't he? Ball is going to need some work at this stage. 30 overs away from getting a new conker. I know you're desperately keeping an eye on the scores in the Division 1, Kev, for your petrol claims for next season.
Have Hampshire been relegated yet?
Well, Worcestershire have just been bowled out in their second innings.
Lead of 195.
287 in their second innings, leading by 60. So Sussex have got a day and 3/4 to knock those off.
They should probably be adding the bonus points at the moment. So Sussex, they got 3 batting points, 3 bowling points, so 6. They were already 10 ahead, weren't they, I think. So 16 ahead. Second bottom Durham now. Pace and bounce.
In the other games, oh sorry, let's have another look at that first. Cool, blimey.
The hill as well.
Doing, away she goes. Surrey lead by 139 against Hampshire. 240 for 8 in their second innings. And the battle up north, Yorkshire 327 for 5 against Durham, so they're 19 behind, 5 still standing.
So a draw is on the cards between Durham and Yorkshire. That means Surrey have to beat Hampshire for those two to stay up. Oh, in swing. So a little bit of late swing, adjusting the line as the ball moved up the slope. Really over. That one swinging late to come in. Watch these two. The late swing here, just the line. I don't know if you can see it quite as much from there as from behind, but then here's the one that swings back in then. Both ways, usually swings it round corners on any given day or circumstance. Higgins, certainly today, as we said earlier on, could be a Higgins day. 160 for 3.
Financial Times. Although I bet he's got a copy of the Beano hidden inside.
He's reading about the price of coffee, that's why he hasn't got one. Just a reminder of that Division 1 scenario there, that Sussex on 150 points, so too Essex. Only 10 points separating Sussex in 5th and Durham in 9th. Gloucestershire already relegated in 10th in last place. So Sussex's points already must have made them safe, because that puts them 16 clear of Durham, 14 clear of Hampshire. 12 clear of Yorkshire. So
they're going to pick up a bucket of points, aren't they? Because they're 61 runs away from victory.
Well, so I mean, with those points, those 6 are added on to the 10 they had already. Durham and Yorkshire surely then both need victories, which they can't get because they're playing each other. So Sussex and Essex must be safe by now, and Essex are racking them up as well. They've got a couple of batting points, and they've got at least a couple of bowling points inside there. Somerset's 4-3-3.
Yeah, they're still 110 behind. They're 323 for 4. So unless something goes into fast forward there, you can't see how that one produces a positive outcome.
Yeah, it looks like the bonus points enough then for Sussex and Essex. So it's Yorkshire, Hampshire, Durham. So all eyes on Surrey, leading by 143 with 2 wickets remaining against Hampshire. They were to skittle Hampshire today, well, that makes it interesting tomorrow, doesn't it? Between because you'd fancy that's a result today, unless the 9th wicket partnership for Surrey goes on for quite some time. But if that result ends today, then the equation's pretty clear, isn't it, for Durham and Yorkshire? If Surrey win, then a draw in that other game is enough for both to stay up. Poses a slight problem for tomorrow, doesn't it? If they both go onto the fields thinking, well, we better not go for this, because what if we lose it? It's a tight game as it is, Durham, Yorkshire.
A bit Texas two-step after you. It gets a bit easy-osy.
Let's say, for example, that the scores are level there at the end of that innings, then Durham go out and bat and bowled out for 240. Do Yorkshire play it very safe and not go for it in case they get skittled?
Yes, no. Throw it when all strikers misses. Well, the easiest option, of course, is don't bowl the opposition out in the second innings.
That's what I mean, yeah. You know, so I mean, I'm not suggesting there'll be any integrity issues, but it's a conundrum, isn't it, for those sides? All that said as well, Hampshire beat Surrey today, and it's a straight scrap tomorrow. Somehow, Durham have got to find a way to beat Yorkshire. It's the last day of the season. Realistically, it all comes down to Chesterley Street, to Headingley, sorry.
Well, Durham have just taken another wicket. Matt Reeves has been dismissed for 38, so 3-3-1 for 6. So they trail by 15 with 4 wickets standing. Isn't it great that there's still so much on this? You know, we're talking about potential machinations on the final day of the final match of the season to determine things.
That swing. Swing into a slot, but the sweeper's back. Again from Higgins. That's 2 gun barrel straight. Where does he go with the next one? A little bit of shape suggested by Price there, but it was the bounce onto that splice. Right arm over to the right hander from the pavilion end. If you are getting it to nip back in, you often think we'll keep a little lower.
Been going almost 45 minutes this morning. 16 runs scored. We were talking yesterday about getting the run rate under 4. It's a hair's breadth away from being under 3 at the moment. Higgins and Nolan Jones really have tightened things up.
For a rib tickler there. Yeah, it feels like a who blinks first scenario here, doesn't it? Middlesex bowling with good control at both ends. Gloucestershire a long, long way behind, which really it makes time a very, very big part of this match. 4-7-1 before reaching parity. Takes him a little closer. Nice opening of the face from Bracy, and we've seen a couple of crisp drives through the cover region. That's just a nice bit of timing and placement.
Higgins stood for a few seconds there at the end of his follow-through. Couldn't quite believe that had gone away for 4. Bracy just pushes that, beats the man in the ring at point, and over the tail end of the square and down the slope. Away she ran for 4. We are 45 minutes into the day. Higgins and Nolan Jones have bowled unchanged so far. Noah Cornwell just standing at mid-off, starting to get loose. Push drive just doesn't quite get through this time.
That was a fraction shorter. A little gesture from the batter afterwards, I think the feeling was that one just died a little in the surface. Took a while to get to him. Gloucestershire were making noises on the first evening, weren't they, about the surface being slightly on the slower side as Middlesex racked up the runs, but I wouldn't suggest that was the case. And had a good start with the bat with Phillips and Charlesworth. The wicket of Hammond as well. Middlesex have a real hold in this Gloucestershire first innings now. They'll be hoping for an even better one. With, Noah Cornwell joining the attack now. Higgins, and for 46 from 16, that doesn't tell the story at all of how well Higgins bowled.
Yeah, absolutely. Some excellent deliveries in there, some really good shape. Now Cornwell to follow it up. 0 for 25 from his 6 so far. Cornwell to the left-hander, 2 slips and a gully waiting. Two back on the hook for Price.
Oh, and that one pushed across him. He flayed at it.
There's a slip, gully, points. Cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and then deep square leg and long leg.
Challenge. Back with the slope from the left armour.
Wickets in the championship for Cornwell so far. In only his 4th game.
He's got him. Pushing away from the body, Price. Sharp catch. Taken there by Robson. Cornwell with the wicket. And yeah, a little bit of a loose one from Price.
I said he got 11, he's now got 12. Thanks to a good assist from Sam Robson.
Regularly in the slips, pushed a gully there, and Carey's taking slip. There's a little bit in that though, wasn't there? Not only the catch, but I think Robson's put a couple down this year at slip, and usually a very, very safe pair of hands. Whether there was something in the little change between slip and gully there between Robson and the Careys. 168 for 4 it is, and the fine resilience of the 4th wicket partnership broken. this third morning.
Well, an opening.
Bring Graham Van Buren out at number 6. Bowled nicely, a slow left armers, quality all-rounder. A quality knock from him here.
A couple of hundreds this year, along with a couple of 50s as well. Best of 175. That came against Derbyshire in June. Middlesex would like to see the back of him as soon as practically possible. What's the plan they're coming up with there?
Lovely from Cornwell again. And he's very much seen as the future, Cornwell. Lovely delivery there to beat the bat. Final ball of the over. A ripple of applause from the members for a young bowler who, as I say, it's almost old man Cornwell now with the other youngsters coming through, but easy to forget how young Noah still is and how much potential there still is. It was one of his looser deliveries, but isn't that the way with cricket, that picks up the wicket, you probe and probe and probe, and then you hang on out there and the batter fishes. A few on those lines of leg stump from Roland Jones down to the left-handers. Just worked away again. That would have been too straight. It was a comfortable tickle for Bracy. Burns' first ball from Roland Jones.
I dare say the Gloucestershire fans watching this will have picked up already, but you can now just about make out the four-way shadows on the players as they're moving around. It just feels like the lights are having more of an effect. You can see there. Now obviously in county cricket they're happier to play than compared to test matches, but it's just something to keep an eye on. Is one of the great developments in sports, the fact that we now got these LED lights as opposed to the old halogen bulbs, because when those lights used to come on, and he did so many of them, it would increase the air temperature around the ground, heating it up, and then it would start swinging all over the place. So actually, in terms of fairness of the game, the umpires would halt proceedings as much as possible. But now, of course, modern LED bulbs don't create anything like that.
What has that missed? Goodness me, how indeed. Almost felt like it went through middle stump, that one. Well, this is going to be fascinating to watch. How is that not? Oh, it's gone over the top. Far too full. Over the middle of the leg almost. Heck of a leave. He's not used to bowling up the hill, is he? If that was pavilion end now, that's taken him out. You get a slight inclination up the hill, right arm over to the right hander if you're nipping it back up the slope, whereas from the pavilion end, right arm over to the right hander, if it nips back in, then it's nipping back in with the slope. The inclination dips down. I don't think you're surviving that at the pavilion end.
Well, whatever it was that caused it, a few more of those wouldn't go amiss from a Middlesex point of view.
Between Roland Jones, Higgins and Noah Cornwell, it's a fine attack, isn't it? And it's very well supported by quite a group, and that'll be the frustration. I think they've got a front three in this game with young Morgan, who's a very promising all-rounder as we've seen, but a fine bowler, of course. Tom Helm, another of the more senior statesmen of the Middlesex bowlers. But there's a pack of them, isn't there? Henry Brooks. Be frustrated they haven't got more out of a few of the others to have been pushing for promotion this year in the final couple of rounds. The batting lineup has possibly fired more in the second half of the season than it did the first. So not to be for promotion this year for Middlesex, but Roland Jones still bowling the way he is, Higgins being Higgins and Cornwell showing the promise he is. All the others they've got, it looks bright. Season to be a serious challenge for Division 2 promotion. Indeed, the Division 2 title. At the moment it's Worcestershire coming down and Durham, who are second bottom as things currently stand. How's our cheering on of Surrey going at the moment, Macca?
They are still batting, but they are now 9 down. 2-5-8 for 9, so they lead by 157.
Well, their lead is more than they totalled in the first innings, Surrey, whether we can read much into that. 147 and 258 for 9. Hampshire skittled for 248 in their first innings. Will be pressure on Hampshire because they'll know that game, Durham versus Yorkshire, is heading to a draw, so when they do walk out to bat, they can't afford a wobble.
And they know they're up against a bowling attack that's made an awful lot of trouble for a lot of teams this year, so absolutely that'll be in the back of their minds.
That struck. There's a little bit of elbow involved as well. He's got the arm protected, the forearm guard on there. Bracy might have elbowed it onto his hip. No pain shown. 69 for 4.
Just picking up on the point you were making about the Middlesex squad and the depth and the youngsters coming through. It doesn't feel like an off-season that's going to see a huge amount of change, because they've done some tinkering during the course of the campaign. So actually, feels like sort of blocks are in place to go on.
Well, there's one of them. 97 runs yesterday. He's impressed greatly with bat and ball so far, Morgan. And yeah, with Sharma. Hopefully Blake Cullen saw him the other evening. Wished him well, an injury. Interrupted season again for the poor young quick. Feldman as well, who's put his hand up this year, to say Brooks and Helm. I just feel like I'm forgetting someone. You have to be careful when you mention virtually everybody, because then if you leave one out, but I think I've got them all.
It's when your phone starts buzzing in your pocket, it's like, oh, all right, not mentioning me there. Oh no.
That's nice. Good spot. Van Buren was wary because of the slope there. Of course, the little bit of swing that we've seen this morning. That ball straightened either through the air or off the surface. If it did, that off stump was a little exposed, but that's why he was playing it so late off the back foot. Push for a single. That's the other thing that Gloucester will need to do, just keep it ticking here. Maybe he's had a second season syndrome. Shane Cowsher made an impression last year. For youngsters, sometimes you come through that first year, the second year's a bit slower. Plenty of youngsters making a case.
Go on, let's play fantasy cricket then. God help us all. I'm going to make you director of cricket for Middlesex, Kevin Hand. And I'm giving you a blank cheque.
Just prepare that little extra layer for the trophies next year in the cabinet.
Who are you signing as your overseas player? I'm giving you a blank cheque. What do you? Who do you think is going to make the biggest impact?
That's a lovely flowing drive. Van Buren's first boundary.
No, just any player. Who would you love to see wearing a Middlesex shirt?
I mean, my mind will go to a bowler, and I can answer that easily and confidently because Higgins has been player of the year the last couple of years, but he and Roland Jones are shouldering again the wicket-taking column this season. So that's the difference, really, isn't it, between going up and not? They needed that third or fourth bowler, indeed, as well this year to substantially add it to the wickets, which we've just gone through the list of those that will hope to join those ranks next year and be a third and fourth. There's one of them now, Cornwell, but as we mentioned, Brooks and Helm. Cullen as well, who started the season before injury, and the youngsters. But yeah, if you were to say that, right, here's a blank cheque, who are you going to go and hand it to and get that player into the side next year, I think it would have to be a strike bowler to support Roland Jones and Higgins, which also supports the other bowlers around as well, because it's a four-seam attack for Middlesex. So, you know, there's two positions there up for grabs, which at the moment the two youngsters have got, Cornwell and Morgan. So you'd almost look at it and say, okay, fully fit Helm, Roland Jones, Higgins. In terms of experience, and Brooks, they're the most experienced for Cornwell and Cullen, just behind Morgan, Feldman and co. But yeah, if you were to really push for a signing that perhaps would have made a difference this year, then it would have been that overseas. Dane Patterson was very unlucky. There was a stat produced, something like 130 plays and misses in the games that he played. Oh, that's an absolute jaffer. It's gone straight through.
Well, umpire Pratt wasn't convinced. The cordon, as you would expect, were.
High, hitting outside the line. Height from that angle doesn't look such a big problem. Probably was. There was enough doubt, I think, that it was hitting outside the line of off and maybe missing the top of it. But followed up with that, that's all you need to do now.
There's a couple of absolute beauties. Bracy's been cracking form. Relatively untroubled at parts of his innings, but that's 2 or 3 balls. Cornwell is asking a lot of questions.
It's drifts a little too straight, too full on that one. Throwing it back at you, who would you say? I didn't actually give you a name, did I? But basically the answer would be whoever's the top seamer in the world, then that's who. So it'd be Bumrah, wouldn't it?
On my days, I'd love to see him in county cricket. I had the pleasure of watching him live a couple of times. What an operator.
It's away off the body. Evasive action, it's going to be leg by signals. He was, in fact, was it glove? Leg by signals, or maybe there was a little bit of bat onto the body then. Whatever it was, it's runs in the scorebook, 2 of them. 181 for 4.
I've always believed, and I know some counties will look at trying to get a bargain, if you like, someone who they've talent spotted. But I love getting those massive names come in and that experience. I know there are Middlesex members who've been disappointed this year that they've not seen more of Kane Williamson bat themselves. But what has happened, of course, is Kane has been in and around the squad. He's in and around the nets. He'll be talking to the players. That's that experience and knowledge that you've just got to mine. So I'd always be looking for a player of that sort if you can.
So big name, bargain, spotting a talent. Which of the 3 did they go for when they signed us up, Macca?
It's not for us to say. I'm sure other people can work that one out, though.
Some talent spotting in the stand. Snap of Van Buren on strike.
I mean, I was lucky enough my era to see overseas players. First of all, they stayed all season. That's now so much more difficult, doesn't happen. And of course there was less international cricket. So when you think of the great Somerset sides, you know, Viv Richards, Joel Garner, Michael Holding was playing at Derbyshire all year. Players were around a lot longer. It's so much harder to do nowadays that I do actually wonder sometimes if it's worth it. Can you get the best out of someone when they're here for 3 games? Are they going to fully buy into your system? And do you actually say, well, do you know what? We're better off staying with what we've got. And there's a very strong case for that.
Flowing drive. Lovely offering of the face of the bat from Bracy, and he offers the face of the bat now around the grounds. Lovely 50. James Bracy here at Lord's. 77 balls, 9 fours. And defying Middlesex for 104 minutes so far.
Takes him to the 1,000 for the season. Another good player. Middlesex have reacted by putting deep point out, just to have that bit of protection.
Follow up.
There is still plenty in this. As a bowling unit, you can get a bit downhearted when one team has gone and got 600 and, you know, the comment goes around, well, it must be a road. People are looking at the scorecards on the internet up and down the country, or it must be a flat one. I've seen this morning, there's still plenty in this. Bit of shape, bit of nip. 20 more overs with this ball. So Middlesex can trade it in for a newer one. 186 for 4 after 60.
Be done by Van Buren. That's the one you've got to be careful not to play around. Nice push. Pick up a couple.
Buren has turned that into 3 by absolutely sprinting his socks off. He turned for the second before Bracy, well, was in about 5 metres of the crease line to touch down. He knew pretty early on that great hustle. You know the phrase, it's the hope that kills you?
It very nearly did, Macca.
All through this game, Kev's been keeping a very close eye on the Sussex-Worcestershire scoreline. Sussex only set 61 for victory by Worcestershire, are 28 for 4. Now, if that had happened a day and a bit ago, Kevin might have been in a slightly different place.
Quickly rechecking, but I've got the calculations right on the bonus points. They're far enough clear.
So Tom Taylor has taken 3 for 8. Of the 28, Daniel Hughes got 16. Tom Haynes 1. Ollie Carter's 3 not out. James Coles, a first ball duck. Tom Alsop, a 6 ball duck. John Simpson has just gone to the crease and is yet to face 8 extras.
I think it's swinging a bit. What are those extras? Buys? Leg buys, there we go, follow them.
5 leg buys, 2 no balls and a wide. Tom Taylor, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 8.
Good spot again. Van Buren smothering, covering up. He's not fully in behind though, is he? So we saw that one that could have straightened earlier and taken off. This one, look at the gate there. Deep in the crease. He's got his own way, Van Buren, there's no doubt about it, but if you're a bowler, you're interested in that, aren't you? That gap between bat and pad and how far the feet. Let's have a look again, but potentially the head is from being over the ball. Little bit of width. Well, he was interested all the way there, wasn't he? Glenn Geddes. I mean, you'd have thought promotion hinged on this chase for Geddes here. Look at the determination. Go on, Ben. Go on, Ben. He's not giving it up.
Good commitment. And I'd like to see that face on a t-shirt by the end of the day. Deep square leg going out once again, so there's 2 out for Bracy.
brilliant stop that. Down the hill as well. Plays on. And Van Buren playing away from the body. Dragging on from Cornwell, who has a second. There's Boldwell this morning. Some really threatening deliveries. It's just when he's offered that little bit of width and they thought they'll go after him. Well, it's not there. And it certainly wasn't this time.
He's bowled well, Cornwell, in this spell. He's deserved that. Yes, it's chopped on. But he's bowled enough balls in the right areas to actually invite the shot when the batter thinks it's a little bit wider and it's not quite there. Big old chunk of the inside edge of the bat. Back onto middle dolly. Now that was a little, and the straight away the celebration with Ryan Higgins. I wonder if that was a plan, a conversation. He turned round straight away and acknowledged something there to Ryan Higgins.
Well, I could be wrong, but you go back to those couple of ones that we lined up of Van Buren earlier, where the body's not across and behind the bat, is it? Is the head across as well? Does he just play away a little early in the innings, perhaps? Maybe that was what Higgins' words were. So Cornwell and one or two of the others. Either fish at one outside off stump and nick it on, or playing away from the body. It just brings the inside edge into play. All brought into play now. Jack Taylor out to join Bracy, and a job to do. They still trail by 440. So a mighty effort here to save this one for Gloucestershire. The day, well, 5 sessions, 30 minutes. To bat out to save it.
Jack Taylor takes guard. Middlesex don't immediately crowd him with catches. Still only number one slip the gully. Higgins at the catching mid-wicket for the clip off the toes. And still the two catches out on the leg side, although they are both significantly in from the ropes.
Oh, ouch. That has fizzed up towards the gloves. Good pace. Generated by the left arm quick.
There's a lot of waving going on towards the Gloucestershire dressing room. If someone was moving at just the wrong moment there.
That's a really well directed short ball from Cornwell, isn't it? Around the wicket with that slope. Right into the armpit. There's no real duck in that, is there? Unless your knees and hips are pretty well oiled.
Well, that's enough for Middlesex to say we're putting a man under the lid.
moved on from the Times. What's he on in the background now? Jack Davies lost his place as keeper to Cracknell in the second half of this season. He's back in for the one-day cup games though. Yeah, gentleman in the background. He's moved on from the Times. Nothing moving on in the middle at the moment though. Something missing, our helmet being run out after the short ball to Taylor first up. That's what it is. Wow, too much surely. His left arm around, slope from off to leg, remember, as he's bowling from the pavilion end, so everything's against the angles on this for it to hit in line and be going on to hit. Yeah, it's surely going to be drifting down, isn't it? Although, oh, mind you, there might have even been a bit of bat involved in that, was there? Was there a little inside tickle?
Well, he's certainly having a spell here, isn't he? He's deserved this.
And again. He's been at it since ball one today, Cornwell, hasn't he? Saying yesterday, he's in really good form and a good place.
Really emerging as a senior squad. Going to be around it for a good long while.
Dropped short and punished. Taylor's seen enough. 4 from 4 for the number 7 for Gloucestershire.
Well, prepared to take it on, as we said. There are 2 out, but they're both backward of square, and he's hit that a long way in front of. Which is why that becomes a retrieval mission, not a catching opportunity. But you've got the 2 out for it, so you do have to drop the odd one short to make it worthwhile.
Oh, it's unplayable almost, isn't it? Brilliant from Cornwell. 2 for 41. It's a bit of a loose one. Van Buren's giving the wicket at the start of the over, but there's a lovely line of length. And a great angle from around the wicket here at Lord's for the left armour as well.
If you gave him the opportunity to change any part of that, I don't think he would. He's pretty much put it in exactly the right kind of area. Yes, I know it's not hit the stumps, but actually bowlers of that height are probably looking for the outside edge as much as anything else, rather than the stumps. He really hasn't done anything wrong there at all. Great over. Good stop.
Side edge has been in play a bit today, hasn't it? Finds 4 more for Bracy there. It brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire.
The head went round pretty quickly, didn't it? He was concerned. Thankfully for him, he got enough of it.
Swing, but patience from Taylor as he pushes that one back down the ground. He'll pick up a couple. Lovely ball again. Taylor only finds thin air.
I think if he bowled that ball again, Taylor's playing a different shot to that. That seems a touch optimistic to me.
What has that taken? Is there a little inside edge? Well, Taylor clearly doesn't like it. Cornwell was convinced. So was Cratnell in the cordon. But what did it take on the way through? Was there a little inside edge? Well, he was far enough away from the body that it could only have been bat if there was a noise. Or was it that back hip? Well, I could see that he'd beaten the front pad so comfortably. And I think that's obviously the view the umpire took as well, that it must be the bat there that offered the noise, but actually, as we saw from behind, it was probably the hip. He's a little unlucky, Taylor, but you can see why the umpire thought that beating the front pad had to be an inside edge. But back hip it was. Taylor's gone. Cornwell has a third. I feel a little rough about the decision, but goodness me, it's been some spell of bowling from Cornwell.
Absolutely. He's put plenty of balls in the right area. Taylor didn't look that comfortable anyway. Cornwell's got 3 for 43, and Taylor's probably got an invitation to see the headmaster after school.
.204 for 6 then. Taylor to Taylor to join Bracy. We've still got 20 minutes until lunch. 3 in the morning session for Middlesex. We said if Gloucestershire was still batting at tea, Middlesex wouldn't enforce that follow-on. I guess to some extent, you know, might be a few batters who'd fancy it actually, were they to go quickly just after lunch if Middlesex were to take one more in with them at the interval. And maybe Robson and co would fancy one more dart. Summer out in the middle. Mind you, the conditions aren't particularly there for batting at the moment. It's a bowler's day. It's Cornwell's moment, certainly right now. 2 slips, Scully and a short leg crouching down for the new batter. And the leg bye will get him off the mark. Well, it won't get him off the mark, it'll get him off the strike. Sussex rubbing salt in the wound. They're 5 down now, 51 for 5 against Worcestershire. They clearly knew overnight in New Road that they were safe. So it's 2 extremes for next season, really, isn't it? It's the South Coast or the North Sea. Chesterley Street or Southampton as the away trip the Division 2 sides will be planning for next season. Cornwell's troubling them at the moment, even Bracy. And this is a really promising spell of bowling from Noah Cornwell. The talent and potential is quite clear. Left arm quick.
He's in the middle of a very good spell. Where are we? 20 minutes more till lunch.
Penny for the thoughts of the man in the foreground there, Roland Jones. Must remind him somewhat of the days when he burst through it here at Lord's at that pavilion end with some sparkling spells, but it's Cornwell's time now. .205 for 6.
Well, I imagine what Roland Jones is thinking is that you carry on doing this, please, and I'll take the new ball when we enforce. That's the perfect scenario. He's come with a suitcase.
He's getting his picture taken. He's lining it up as well, isn't he?
I mean, that we talk about batters booking in for bed and breakfast.
I reckon that's the back end of a tour, do you? I've done a tour of Lords, now taking a seat. Noting on those other scores we were mentioning, the 5 down for Sussex. Surrey are still going, they're 280 for 9. Lead is 179. Our score in that match at the moment, somewhere around 230 maybe, 220. Could set Hampshire something beginning with a 2 then. It's going to be a nervy finale down the south coasts. Hampshire still 7 down there, 365 for 7, leading by 19 in the first innings against Durham. Ball again. Was there an inside edge on that? I think the bowler would have been up more if there was not. Carey's slip was going up for it. Second, indeed.
Now this is the 5th over of Morgan's spell. There didn't appear to be an inside edge on that. The reason I mentioned 5th over, and something we were just having a conversation in the back of the box, on the chat on the YouTube streams, Simon Whiteside asked the question, why to Sebastian Morgan as well, even though he's playing first-class cricket? Simon, the answer at the moment is we're not entirely sure. We are checking that one out. You would presume it has to apply, but it is slightly incongruous that someone who's good enough to be playing first-class county cricket still has to abide by that. But I guess the argument is, well, an 18-year-old is an 18-year-old, and they're trying to protect their bodies for the rest of their career.
Gentle push from Taylor, but full reward. Short of boundary, but up the hill. And against the threat of Cornwell, that's a nice shot.
Very little backlift, very little follow through, sort of keeping it nice and tight in towards his body, and then just a little push through. Not only is he getting the movement here, Cornwell, but it looks like there's a good zip on the ball as well.
If injuries are kind, it's hard to imagine that Cornwell won't have a long and illustrious Middlesex career, but surely as well his potential to be to challenge for honours at a higher level. He's got all the potential, hasn't he? He's got all the attributes. He's got a sore finger at the moment.
I love the fact that you've just said injuries permitting, and there he is shaking his hand off. Well, do you know what? That ball looks in half decent nick for 67 overs. It's the thing of the Lord's outfield is so lush. Obviously the square will be abrasive, but I've seen many more balls 67 overs old looking considerably worse than that one did. 13 to go, so it will be not that long after the lunch break when a new one becomes available. And it looks like Ryan Higgins will get to use it till lunch. That was a 5 over spell for Morgan. Higgins had it hooping around and moving earlier in the first spell of the day, but that was from the pavilion end. Now back from the nursery.
Shape on that again. Tentatively by Taylor. Late movement away from the right-hander. Trying to follow it with the bat. It's there or thereabouts with the head and bat, wasn't it, the front pad. Need to be careful not to overcommit, because all of a sudden you're then having to get the bat down and around if the ball comes back in, which Higgins can dangerously do. Holding its line. Chandelier's just starting to get a little bright in the pavilion there, but some lighter skies over the back of Old Father Time. As such, who've just missed us to the south, I guess. Too much of middle and off on show.
Higgins has got a couple to go away, and saw Taylor play a little bit away from his body, and I wondered when the inducker was coming, just to see if he could exploit that gap between bat and pad. Went for him on that occasion.
Oh, he was searching again, Taylor. Higgins will feel very much in the game at the moment.
In terms of some of the quality of the deliveries that Higgins has sent down, he's not been far off where Cornwell has been. Yet Cornwell's got 3 in the wicket column, and Higgins has still got the old goose egg at the moment. Sometimes it's just not your day. There's a helmet being delivered out, which would be a second one for the fielders. So I wonder if we are looking at spin, and I believe we are. Safa Gohar marking his run up out at the pavilion end. So he had 1 over of spin before lunch yesterday, and he's going to get 1 today.
Gloomed over at Lords at the moment. I suggest that's the reason why Gohar's been introduced here before lunch, but it might be that later today Deploy is given no choice but to bowl spin at either end. He's of course got a whole host of options with Takaris and Holman. Robson and Geddes. Higgins, of course, a bit of off spin in the recent rounds. Roland Jones starts bowling off spin and I'm off home. Actually, he could do an Ollie Robinson, could he?
You see that clip of Dennis Lilly knocking around earlier in the week again, which was one of the old Dickie Bird clips. That he wasn't happy with the ball they were bowling with in a test match. Took it over to Dickie, and Dickie said, look, I'll look at it properly at the end of the over, let's just carry on. And Dennis Lilly got the raging hump, so bowled off spin. So they got, a little bit of a tip round the bar from the goalie. So Dennis Lilly bowled off spin. So like 3 deliveries, got to the end of the over, chucked it to Dickie, and Dickie went, yeah, that's out of check, we'll change it.
Doubles finish the over. 69 bowled, 213 for 6. Now, 1 over to lunch. 27 minutes past 12. Oh. Only delaying lunch here, lads. If you decide the over's got to go ahead. I mean, it has gloomed over, to be fair. I think we might be about to head off for lunch, are we? Nope. On we go. Lunch is delayed. But the umpire's discussing whether we should go off now.
I have news from Southampton. Surrey are 281 all out, a lead of 180.
Do it for me, Surrey.
And Sussex have won their game at Worcester by 3 wickets. Needed to score 61, got their 63 for 7.
Do it for the planet, Surrey, it means. We've got to go to Hampshire next year for Middlesex, not all the way up to Durham.
Is De Gea loosening up to bowl or trying to take off? Put his shoulder out doing that. Look at the state of that.
History of silly walks to follow. He's obviously got a late call here to bowl this over, so he's clearly concerned that he needs to get a bit of stretching, get a bit of warming up done quickly. I guess if he bowls slowly. Oh, that's got through. Ah. To be fair, it's Noah Cornwell. Has it divoted over him? Has it done a Tim Flower? Does it pop up over him when he goes down? Pick it up. How has it got through him there?
There's plenty of scuffy bits, so it could easily have.
Oh, thanks very much.
Oh, no. Cornwall's just got the hook. They've moved him, put him down to short fine leg.
Bright red top. Has he nicked that off you, Macca?
British and Irish Lions tour jumper from this year, down to Australia. So there'll be 10 to the new ball when we resume, but of course will Middlesex be able to use the new ball with this light?
Rattle through some quick overs with the spinners. We could be home 5:45 this evening.
Deep mid-wicket is ambling into regular depth, and there's also a short mid-wicket as well, just away to the right-hand side of your screen.
Last ball of the session. 3 wickets in it. Gloucestershire will desperately hope no more as they try and bat out the draw in this one. Lovely ball. Push straight on. Straight through to the gloves. And a fine way to finish the session for De Carey's and for Middlesex. 3 in at them, 217 for 6 it is. 417 behind still, as you can see. There's grey skies. There's a few lighter patches here and there. Let's hope there's a few more when we get our full allocation of overs today and what remains of this game. Do join us back just under 40 minutes for the afternoon session. The live enhanced stream from here at Lord's, brought to you by Middlesex in association with DafaNews. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Bracy and Taylor making their way to the middle under brighter skies in NW8. So there'll be no necessity for spin to start, but spin to start it shall be. Luke Holman has the ball in hand. There are only 8 overs left until the second new ball becomes available. So time for a bit of wrist spin from Holman. He's had one over before lunch. I wonder will Gohard change ends and switch to the nursery end. This left arm finger spin turning it with the slope. Googly will go with the slope for Holman from the pavilion end, but the leg spinner gripping the other way. Slipping a short leg for Holman. Bracy on strike. And the sun breaking through, would you believe?
It's getting weirdly brighter moment by moment at the moment. The clouds away to the left, to the south, east, very much breaking up. Slightly full from Holman. Does bring the left-handed Bracy back on strike. I wonder if Holman fancies to go round the wicket, aiming for those footholds. Sort of Shane Warne-esque.
Single Lindsay over 220 for 6. A batting point in sight for Gloucester. Of course, there's still Division 2 pecking order to play for.
I'm sure there's extra prize money for finishing higher up. It's not going to be Premier League football territory. About £5 million a place, isn't it? Fairly sure we're not in that territory on Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship, but it'll bring in a bit more, and also adds to the kudos. Well, you were right. Okay, it is going to be Zafagaha from the nursery end and over the wicket to Bracy. Now you can see there, he's doesn't appear to be the same level of rough for him to work with, so it's going to be about Gohar's flight and guile. Short shot of Joe Phillips, LBW for 36. And Miles Hanlon caught by Geddes for 6.
Swipe from Bracy. Sam Robson, shin pads on underneath his trouser leg. Short leg or silly point fielding. Will he be padding up again this season though? At slip. Short leg Ben Geddes. Give another go with the bat. Aggressive players, he could to some extent think about pushing him up. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Ha! Well, what a dream that is. And there you go, the hand signal from Gohar says it all. From the nursery end, left arm finger spinner looking to turn it off stump to leg. Well, watch this one go. Just slid straight on. Gohar making that little signal. Was there a little bit of drift, was he suggesting? Just took it up the hill.
Well, Bracy's playing for turn and maybe even the straight one. That one just, whether it was the arm ball or just generally one that just didn't grip in the surface, but he carried on with the angle and just kissed the outside edge. And Bracy was off. 220 for 7, thanks to that wicket maiden. And now with 8 to go to the new ball, light improving. And they're into the lower all-rounders and the tail.
Sindale strides to the middle. Ahmed and Delanga to come. Well, whether Ahmed will have to drop to 11 with that side injury that took him off the field in the Middlesex innings. Not to bat. Middlesex only need 2 more to finish off this innings and potentially enforce the follow-on. Would they do it though? There's a lot of time left in the match. Come back out and have a bat for a bit.
The other factor, of course, is the light. If they were to wrap it up now and Gloucestershire weren't able to bowl the quicks, then actually batting on makes sense, doesn't it?
I was wondering as well if they were to not enforce the follow-on, choose to bat, and then all of a sudden you lose a session and a half today to bad light. Then you're forced to declare, which all of a sudden would open a Gloucestershire victory, which I'm sure they would not want. So everything would suggest enforce the follow-on, but at the time with which it takes to take these next 3 wickets will decide everything.
Well, still trailing by 414. The follow-on isn't away in the distance. It's a bit nearer than that, but as you say, get these remaining wickets first.
Ah, through the legs. Seen a few keep a fraction low today. We'll see if this one just skidded along off the surface from Holman. No, it wasn't through the legs actually, just laid on it. perspective, if they went quickly now, I think you'd fancy batting again. Unless the batters really were thinking of their averages, we don't want to go out there and have another low one. We'll stick with what we've got. But there is the potential of one more red inker for the season. Get the average up, think positive. Back for a session. Maybe a session and a half, and have 16 overs at them tonight. All 16 overs old at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Got to take these 3 wickets first though before that comes into play. Googly from Holman's finish. Single for Singdale. He's off the mark. 226 for 7.
Gerhardt clearly fancies it at the moment. He just threw the back of the shot there, scurrying to get his jumper off and hand it to Ian Blackwell, the umpire. Two around the bat, plus the slip as well.
Asking questions from the nursery end. Don't think Singdale will mind too much. Excuse me, I don't think Gohar will mind too much Singdale using his feet. Two, 2-6 for 7. Opening wicket stand was rattling along and bringing the deficit. Approaching, dropping below the 500 mark. Scrambling with the 8th wicket to bring it below 400. This works fine. Cornwell, sorry. Yeah. Giving chase. Yes, no. Nice bit of flight on that one. Gets that one through, just the single to the sweeper. Two, 3, 1 for 7. Three crouching down.
Now, was that a deliberate one, or did that actually just slip out? Man bowlers that do occasionally just fire one in for a bit of variation.
Again. Fraction full, but it's still asking a question. 2-3-2 for 7. Threatening to slide back down the slope from Holman.
That's an interesting conversation at the bottom of your screen. Captain and bowler. What have they come up with?
I was wondering where you were referring to there for a moment. Ooh. Interesting angle of the bat there from Singdale. Shot comes down and across.
It's almost like they went flatter and faster with that delivery. Maybe thinking that there might be a little space to work with.
From Singdale, good from Holman, he's asking the questions here. Slip, Ryan Higgins, leg slip, Luke Holman, short leg Ben Geddes. Sam Robson's at a short enough mid wicket, there's a short extra cover, just out of shot, Josh De Carey's. Ball squirting between De Carey's and Morgan there at point. 77 bowled, 2-3-4 for 7. Quite Butch and Sundance, is it? But Butch and Seabourn on the mic. And there you go. The master of all he surveys. In the prime position, the box seat at Lord's, rightly so. Graced the middle for many a time, didn't he? Roland Butcher. Oh, now down the track, up in the air, should be gone, and out. Noah Cornwell with a comfortable catch. Coming around was Morgan as well, backtracking. Singdale's resistance and patience subsides.
Just ran at that one out of nowhere, really. A bit of a swish and up the chimney it went.
Surrounded the bat, didn't they? And I just wonder, was he trying to push one or two of them back? It gets to a lower order batter in the end, doesn't it? All that space out there away from the infield. Too great a temptation. The head goes up and so does the ball. 234 for 8. Well, 36 for Gohart. And he'll have Marchant de Lange next, so we'll have to wait on the Ahmed question. He was down to come in at 10. But it's de Lange who steps in that position with a fair old job to do. 251 to avoid the follow-on.
I did have a little look during the warm-ups and didn't see Dariush Ahmed taking much part in it. But that doesn't mean, of course, he can't go in and hold the bat. If you weren't with us back on day one of the game. Came into bowl and grabbed his side, so went off in quite a lot of pain. So it's not say a blow or any of that. It is going to be a muscle strain. And you would think, not knowing how severe it is, but you would think that actually to be able to go out and hold the bat wouldn't be beyond it. I mean, bear in mind what we saw Chris Woakes doing in the Test match a few weeks ago. But would you send him out when they trail by 400? Then there's the point of, well, actually, is it worth risking making it worse?
He's a big figure at the crease, isn't he, Marchant Delaney? Watching Graham Smith back here for Surrey. Jack Callis, another huge South African man. Mountains, I remember Jonathan Agnew describing them as he said, I think he said he stood next to them in the lifts in a game overseas. And the ground from Delanga. Quite good all of it, but it's got some legs. It's got enough.
Well, the way he's playing it looks as if there's going to be intent in it. Whatever he's going to play. He was actually hoping to stand and admire that one, wasn't he? And then he realised he didn't quite get as much. So had to get on his bike. There he is. Oh, hang on, no, I better take a few steps down.
I remember Agnew saying he stood next to him. He's hardly short, is he, Jonathan Agnew? But he said it was just like standing like beasts of men next to him. Smith and Callis. But I remember watching Smith here batting for Surrey. Much like Delanga at the crease there. I mean, even bigger. He just had such a presence at the crease. Like, how on earth are you ever going to get past that forward defence? There you go. Channeling his inner Graham Smith, Marchant Delaney.
Graham Smith's nickname was Biff, for fairly obvious reasons.
Marchant might treat us to a few of those before this innings is done. Go, I like that. Delanga rocking back a dot ball, 238 for 8. We saw that shot of Roland Butcher a minute ago next door from the Middlesex in England batter. Finally released his book this summer. I've been nagging him for years. Butch, how have you not written a book? He's been on tour selling it this summer. If he was clever, he'd have had it to hand ready to hold up at that point, wouldn't he? Yeah. We'll give you a plug anyway, Butch. I'm sure a few of his old mates tuned in. That wonderful Middlesex era. Hopefully a revival of the glory days when they lifted the title again in 2016. It hasn't been that way for Middlesex. Relegated 2017, and it's been a bit of a bounce since then. Need to bounce back up again next year, but it's a good group coming together at the moment. And we're optimistic this year that it will be another challenge for promotion. Not to be, but talk through the plethora of scene options coming through, youngsters. A couple couple of good spinners, Holman and De Carey's, and they've obviously got a frontline spinner now to lead the pack in DafaNews. Nod of appreciation from De Lange. I tell you what, he's combative, Luke Holman. He's always up for a scrap, but he might just bite off a little bit more than he could chew if he upsets Marchant. Oh well, Marchant might upset Holman first. All the way, big boundary, that huge shot.
He's just muscled that, hasn't he? Wow. I mean, weight going backwards. And it's all just the swing of the willow. There won't be many coaching manuals tell you how to do it like that, but jeez, it's effective.
Well, we said for Singdale, you know, the tailenders will see that ocean of space. And the bat was surrounded. Singdale sent one up. Now they're sending them back, Middlesex. Long on and deep mid wicket going back. Nicely bowled by Holman. That was a good follow up there. Swing at that, or indeed with deep mid wicket sent back, you know, try and drop the single in there, close the face if you like. Lange equal to it. Defends on the back foot. It's 2:45 for 8. 1 over until the second new ball becomes available, but I'd have to say I don't think I'd be taking it unless this partnership went on for some time between Holman and that man in shot, DafaNews. Middlesex surely will fancy they'll winkle them out with more of an economy of effort with this older ball, or indeed throw the new ball to the spinners. There you go, nearly chipped up, and that's Taylor.
And the other factor, of course, is you don't want to burn too many overs of your senior seamers allocation of the day when, as you say, you would imagine these guys, the spinners, can do the job.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. I don't know whether it's the next 2 deliveries or the next 20 minutes to an hour to enforce or not to enforce will be the question.
Well, to go back to the conversation we were having earlier, now that Zafar, you've got Holman, you've got De Carey's, this is also giving rest time to the others. So this to me is now very much in in getting that follow on in.
Another swing from Taylor. He's got it in between mid off and mid on down the ground, and it's 4 more. Just a run away from a batting point.
Sort of helps back over the bowler's head as much as anything else. But it runs away to the boundary.
Four for 44 for DafaNews. Find the way through to finish it. And they're looking at, they've got a deep square in place just out of shot. Deep mid on has dropped back. There you go, just saw his left leg appearing in the shot there. About partially surrounded, not quite as many. I think they ended up with 4, certainly, maybe 5 round the bat for Singdale in the end. Geddes with his arms folded. That short leg. Oh no, they have had a change. Silly Points moved to silly mid on. Tempted to bring them, well, almost all of them in at this stage.
I was just about to say, if you're going to put the silly mid on in, take him from somewhere else. I'm not sure I'd be moving the silly point. but they know what they're doing. Right, we've hit 80. So all eyes now go to the umpires, who've made no move. And as you can see there, unless Luke Holman fancies bowling with a new ball, we are carrying on as we are for the time being.
Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense to me at the moment to hand it to the seamers. You might only end up going back to the spinners anyway against the tail-enders. Can't resist it for long against the tweakers. As we saw with Singdale. That singles the 250 for Gloucestershire, 250 for 8. DafaNews resisting with a single for now, but a 6. Only an over back against Holman.
Just like Holman to give a couple a little bit more trajectory, just to see, can he tempt them into something? You know, the bad old days of just really going, you know, 10 and 11 nowadays are much, much better than what they used to be. It's not quite a case of just lob it up and make it happen, but just a little bit on the trajectory every now and again, then the flatter ones, just mix it up.
I think you're right. It's the moon ball really that, you know, is the real one that tempts them. You know, there was a day and age, of course, where you used to bring on the quicks to the 10 and 11. They won't even see it. They'll just back away and be gone. There you go. Up in the air it goes. And the case is, how long can you do it for as a number 10 or 11? You might send a couple over the top, but you'll be able to keep going without skying them.
And that's the point. Middlesex have got 380 runs to play with. 10 or 15 minutes of Marsh and DeLange here shouldn't change things too much.
Yeah, and it's good for Holman to have that challenge. You know, he's playing in all formats now for Middlesex. That's nice. There you go. There's that little bit of flight. Just a little bit too full. Smothered in defence from DeLange. But yeah, there used to be the thought, didn't they, get the quicks on and finish them off. But 9, 10 and Jack now are pretty capable batters all around the world. At all levels. So it's more a case of, can the 9, 10 and 11 resist that ball just floated up and floated up before they start sending a few balls back up in the sky like DeLange, like Singdale did. 255 for 8. Well, it's not too costly for Middlesex at the moment. It'll annoy Cracknell, obviously, because it'll go against him. Irk Gohar somewhat, but it doesn't go against him. It's buys, or I didn't see actually whether the leg buys were signal. It might have just clipped the outside. Buys were signal, but it might have just clipped the outside of the pad, that one. There you go. That's it. Everything we talked about was in that one delivery. Deep mid on, mid off's up. Deep cover, deep square.
almost the recipient of a bad bounce off one of those practice strips. That's why your coaches always say, get your body behind it. Deep square out for DeLange.
Another swing. This one does clear mid-off. We need a deep mid-off as well as a deep mid-on.
There's a wonderful simplicity about that, isn't there? Pick the line, get your foot down, swing through it.
I think he enjoyed that, DeLange. 264 for 8.
And he's now calling them out. Now, if he's doing that while the bowler's coming in and he's picking him, then that's even more impressive.
Is that DeLange's version of the Babe Ruth? Point to the stand he's going to hit it to. When Holman misses a ball after he's played a shot, he'll often point to where it was meant to go.
Do you remember Sherwin Campbell, the old West Indian opening batter?
I do.
Used to commentate. When the bowler's coming in, and he'd almost be saying, and apparently he'd actually say which ball it was that was about to come down. I mean, he got it wrong a few times, which is slightly embarrassing.
Nicely cut away. Taylor continuing to provide this resistance. One's coming the over from Holman. That's nicely done. Just detected the leg fracture wide and a singles finish. 269 for 8. Holman looks annoyed. He won't like that 6 from DeLange. He'll want something in the wicket column. It's interesting what you're saying about Campbell. I was watching the Pakistan-Bangladesh game yesterday evening, and Mike Hesson, the New Zealand coach for Pakistan, it was getting really tight in the chase at the end. A place in the final against India up for grabs, and Bangladesh were looking to spoil the watching world and deny them the most watched televised game in world sport. India versus Pakistan. Pakistan seeing it over the line, but I think it was Shaheen Shah Afridi, a Middlesex player, of course. Hesson came down from his position where he was watching and made a signal to Shaheen. It was almost like he was typing with one hand on a typewriter. So whatever that code word was, Shaheen picked it up, and next ball was a slower ball and he got the wicket. And he immediately turned and pointed to the coach. It's amazing how the game has evolved in that way, that I think the amount of analysis that you now have, not only do you know the players, but you know the moments in the game. Nice bit of drift on that for Gohar. Always tell the story of Owen Morgan sitting up in the commentary box. It was a few years back while he was still playing for Middlesex, just sat at the back of the box one day having a natter while a couple of the other commentators were at the front. Saying he always had a very good idea what ball was coming next from the bowler, and he'd have 3 shots in mind to play to it. But that's reading that one-day game, and of course he was the master of white ball cricket, wasn't he, Morgan, as a captain? Reading the game. So for Gohar, he's going to bowl with a new ball, and I think this is the right call. I don't have any problem with this, and I was thinking that new ball's available. Yes, bowl the spinners, but bowl them with the new ball. Bit of bounce, might assist the turn. Scuffed up old ball. Spinners are always crying out for this moment, aren't they? Well, both Holman and Gohar may well get this opportunity now, unless Deploy's thinking, well, have a couple of balls with it. We'll look to the seamers now and see if anybody's warming up.
Well, you don't lose anything by trying, do you? That's the important thing.
Well, I don't think you do, and that's why I think, yeah, go with these guys, because even if it is 5, even 10 overs with the second new ball of the spinners, you won't have lost much by the time you bring the seamers back on.
So a couple of balls with the new one then. 269 for 8. Well, okay, so it was just a couple of deliveries, because straight away from the pavilion end, we're going back to Noah Cornwell. So while we're rotating the scene from the pavilion end and letting Zafar Gohar continue from the pavilion, well, time will tell in the next few moments. For DeLange, it's going to be 2 out once again, leg side, long leg and deep square leg. There's also going to be a catcher on the 3rd boundary. There's a slip, a gully, and then a catching 3rd on the line of about 3rd slip. So they've set the field for the one that DeLange gets hold of, and then the one that he doesn't get hold of but flies up in the air. And there's the one that he doesn't get hold of, and it lands just short of the fielder. Well, it's pretty much the same feel for Taylor, although the catching 3rd has come back up into the slips. Everything else the same.
Through and gets through. Oh, that's a fine stop. Ben Geddes. We saw it at the other side, didn't we? Not giving up. Really, Ben, you should have given up on that one.
And the thumbs up came. The way his foot sort of slammed into that board.
Clipped wide of mid-arm. Couple to end the over, 5 off it, 274 for 8. It is going to be Gohar to continue, so Gohar with the chance for 5 for, well, as does Cornwell. If he takes 2 more, he'll walk off with a 5 for, so don't mind this actually. 2 bowlers hunting milestones. Do you reckon he's on a 5 for bonus, Safa? You're not getting the ball out of my hand, Skip. I'll split the difference with you.
Well, if he's not, you might have just put an idea into someone's head, so you may not be that popular with the management.
You know, we're on performance-related pay as well.
Oh, that's why we're doing it for nothing.
Stroke through. Another boundary.
It is wonderfully simple, the DeLanger method, but boy does it work for him.
There it is. 5 for Gohar, 5 for 53. And eventually, DeLanger's temptation gets to him. Down the track he comes, looking for another big hoe. He got a few away, to be fair. I'm sure Gohar would have liked to have got them more cheaply, but he's got a 5 for nonetheless.
Middlesex's first stumping for a couple of seasons. John Simpson, the last man to whip off the bails. So, 5-wicket bag for Safa Gohar. Well, you knew he wasn't going to die wondering, was he, DeLanger? I think that one was coming down somewhere near Hove if we got hold of that. And the fact that all the players are out there tells us the number 11 is on the way.
Yep. So, with the runner. Obviously don't want to worsen that injury, but equally they've sent him out there with 260 7 runs to avoid the follow-on. Just keep Middlesex out there that little longer, I suppose.
Nice conversation between the senior seamer and the senior spinner. There's lots of discussions currently going on about where the runner needs to stand. They pushed him far enough away that actually he's beyond all the fielders. This is where it gets complicated.
Couple of slips and a painful side. Huge sympathy from Geddes there in the background.
Just watch the grimace. Well, if he's in that much pain playing that kind of shot, you're kind of asking yourself the question, what's being achieved here?
I guess there could be an element that he wanted to bat. Lords, debut.
Show his team he's made of stern stuff.
Might never get the chance to bat again at Lords. A few words being passed around the slip cordon there in the short leg, I think.
Well, he's had an entertaining day so far, hasn't he? Went down in stages the first time and enjoyed it so much, decided to go a second.
Can Cornwell bag a fourfer? Five for 111, his best bowling in a match. 5 first-class games, 12 wickets, 3 for 48 is his best. So yet to bag a fourfer. 3 for 50 in this day, 3 for 33, 3 for 34 in T20s, all the threes. Can he break that fourfer?
attempted swish into the leg side has seen short leg removed.
In the air, and 4 runs it is.
He got a big old piece of that one, didn't he? Bounce and boink into the seats.
Nice from Cornwell.
Latest on Hampshire watch, by the way. Set 180 odd for victory by Surrey. They're 59 without loss. Durham are still in arrears against Yorkshire. Yorkshire still batting in the first innings of that one, leading by 97, 4-3 for 8. So that is going to take some of the most inventive captaincy of all time to get a positive result out of that one. Well, it's 4 byes. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Not quite sure what the keeper's meant to do there. But anyway, it may not make any difference with the deficit still being 348.
That's a good leave.
I'm not sure it was deliberate, but it turned out to be a good one. It's nice, just stay in and around there. Oh, it's well stopped. He's toughing it out, Daraj Ahmed. His first class debut. Not been an easy couple of days for him since he got that side strain. Ahmed now potters off towards square leg. Taylor is going to see the field pretty well spread as he looks around. Too deep on the leg side, square leg and long leg. Mid-wicket is 10 metres deeper than normal as well. Thirds 15 off the boundary. Point is out on the boundary.
And long leg is underneath the catch. Morgan holds on. Gloucestershire are done. Cornwell has his best bowling in an innings. 4 for 58 for the left armour who lit up this third morning. So Middlesex well on their way to bowling Gloucestershire. Now the question is, will the follow-on be enforced, or will Middlesex come out for a session or so? Bowlers a little bit of a break. Plenty of time left.
Someone's going, there's a couple of the fielders are running off.
One of them's Cracknell, wicket keeper under Carey's. It's Cracknell being elevated. Oh, it was Robson, my apologies. Well, there's the answer. Follow-on's not enforced. Robson and De Carey's charge off. I thought it was Cracknell that was going with him, and they were really going to give it a biff from the off. But feet up time for the bowlers. And unless that's a wonderful attempt to lull Gloucestershire into a full sense of security, or indeed lunch was a bit iffy, then it's fair to say that Robson and De Carey's are running off to get padded up.
Well, there's a very slow walk from the rest of them, led by Zafar, 5 for 53 from 23 overs. Excellent spell of bowling from him. Cornwell 4 for 58 as well. Trailing by 348. So we are we're midway through day 3, really, aren't we? So there's still a good chunk of time before tea, then a whole other session before the close, and then 3 more sessions tomorrow. What do Middlesex think they need? And we are hearing from the scorers that actually the follow-on has been enforced.
Well, you can join us back in just under 10 minutes and we'll find out. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Ham, bringing you this one live at Lord's. The stream from Middlesex in association with DafaNews. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Third afternoon, and follow on enforced. Charlesworth back out there, so too Phillips, and on strike to Roland Jones. And off the mark. First ball.
Yeah, apologies for the confusion. As were they or weren't they going to enforce? Logically they were, but it was just the way that Justin Kerris and Sam Robson went sprinting off. Clearly they wanted first choice of the isotonic drinks in the dressing room. All I can think of.
I think they're thinking of the isotonic drinks after the close of play tonight. 46 overs, extra half hour.
Well, we bowled the first ball and now realise that I think the screens are in the wrong place. Umpires are waiting for someone to pop along and move them, but I think they're still having a cup of tea.
Oh, lovely shot. Good stop in the covers, denying the boundary. Look at a single. Back on the spot to finish the over. I think that was Durham's hopes of survival disappearing off the tightrope there. How are they going down at Southampton?
Durham, Yorkshire is now delayed by bad light in Leeds, so the chances of anything positive there are good. And Hampshire have now lost a couple of wickets, 69 for 2. They need another 112 at home to Surrey.
Please tell me Nick Gubbins isn't out, because I may have just sent his dad a message saying I really hope Nick doesn't score any runs today. Oh no.
Last man out for a single.
Apology being sent immediately to the Gubbins household.
It's currently 43 not out for Hampshire from 78. Obviously, we saw him in the one-day cup game at Radlett making runs. He also made runs in the final as well, didn't he? Good run at the end of the season. He's had a good season. Looks like Notts are going to try and celebrate taking the title with an unlikely innings victory. Oh no, they're not going to get it. Scoreboard's just updated. Warwickshire are 9 down, but they've managed to get into the lead by 9 runs. That's a bit of a worry. That's his bowling hand.
No ball called. Good again from Higgins, without loss. It's ahead of the count. 6 without loss, end of the over.
Just to go back, what, an hour or so ago when we were talking about Sebastian Morgan being 18 and therefore does he have to fill in the bowling requirements of not bowling too many overs in a spell or whatever. That doesn't apply in this situation. It is designed more at age group cricket, we've had the confirmation, but what they do is manage the workload and will keep a very close eye on how many overs he is actually bowling.
Sliding down.
Toby Rowland-Jones stood quite a long time looking at the umpire there. You can see off stump one side of the pad, and that's brushed the outside of the other side of it. It'd be a punchy call to give that one out.
Oh, where's that gone? behind the knee, and I'm not sure he knew it, Charlesworth. Quick, duck. I think. Right, where's it gone? Where is it? Not there. It's not there. Oh, there it is.
Hang on,
And
I
then-
can't walk properly.
And then look at them all charging to grab it. If this was a competitive game, I'd have been disappointed if Middlesex had run up and taken that out of the back. Now, it is a competitive game, but it's a dead rubber at the end of the season. But 3 of them ran up there to grab that from behind the knee roll. End of season fair. Take any wicket you can get.
Well, these two put on 109 for the first wicket in their first innings. Charlesworth was the man to be dismissed first, but he still made 63 from 80 balls. Tougher going for Phillips, 36 from 96. And more of the anchor roll. And he's going to need some anchor playing here. 44 overs left of today. Another 96 tomorrow. End of the third, 8 without loss.
I mean, it would be brilliant if Surrey won and then we spent all of yesterday, all of tomorrow, watching Yorkshire and Durham both try not to lose a game that they could potentially win. Still 2 down at Southampton, Hampshire. More required for victory to secure their position in Division 1 for next season. It's the big bucks derby, that one, isn't it? Surrey versus Hampshire.
Battle of the wallets. Don't use thigh pads, they just use a wallet.
Where it all began, in Hampshire, wasn't it? First class cricket, the first class game. Or, that being said, it's the only existing, well, it's the only record of the first class game that may have been won before Hambledon against somebody. May have been won before, but there's no record of it. All those records destroyed. It's the only existing record. It's the oldest existing record of a first class game. There was talk of having the hotel end named the Hambledon end in recognition of that first class game stage, which I do think they should do. But competitors down there have said, well, actually, Hambledon's off to one side of the square, so it's not the end. I said, we'll go with Hambledon Corner then on one side.
I was going to say name the car park after it, but we all know how easy it is / not easy to get out of Southampton. I don't think I've ever got out of there in less than an hour.
There's the campaign going for the McKenna and Twickenham Stoop.
Yeah, can't see that happening.
Twickenham Green.
Yeah.
Works through nicely. Long chase for Cornwell. Brilliant tumbling stop that is. Also got a 10 for to bowl for.
Hampshire have just lost a third. Still needing 98 more.
Here it's Ben Brown and Ali Orr together down at Hampshire. So they need to see off Surrey and stave off relegation. I reckon that's the partnership. Orr's on 47. Brown with him now, the new batter. 97 more needed. Inside again. Those two could knock off those runs alone pretty comfortably as well. Has been in good nick, Ali Orr of late.
Looks to be nipping quite a long way down that, doesn't it? resources.
Done here. 41 remain today, so 9 until tea, 12 without loss. And the follow on.
Be interesting to see whether it's Higgins and Roland Jones that take it all the way through till tea, or there is another little burst of Zafar Gohar before the interval. He's obviously got 5, so can't want to get him back into the attack sooner rather than later.
There's a cracking hat, winter hat on display in the background already. Just there. Look at that. It's cold out there. Has he strangled him? Nope. Phillips scratches at the crease. The umpire shakes his head. 6 bowled, 13 without loss.
Yeah, it just comes off the bottom of the thigh pad. Higgins looking for one more to take him back level with Toby Rowland-Jones. Both starting the game on 40 wickets for the season.
For 4 at Southampton. Ben Brown's gone. Although this would be the most Surrey thing to ever do to Middlesex, wouldn't it? Get them 9 down and then let them hit the winning runs and send Middlesex to Chester Street next year. Come on, Surrey, do it for your old mates across the river.
Dan Lawrence has now got a couple. Rahul Chahar has the other 2.
Oh, it's done it again. Side edge onto the knee. This time it's rolled out from behind the knee roll. Ouch. It's hurt though.
Oh, it just missed the padding, didn't it?
Fortunately, it's above the bone, isn't it? I thought it might have been the inside of the knee there. He'd probably be lying dormant on the floor at this moment, had it have been. Horrible place to be struck. Seven bowls, a maiden for Rowland-Jones. None for 4 from his 4. That's his first maiden. 13 without loss. Rahul Chahar we trust. How many's he got? 2 for 21. Down at Southampton. What a finale. You can't have the final round of Championship cricket without some drama. Notts have won it. Claim the title with a victory as well, with 17 more runs, but the title's secured already. Gloucestershire have secured Division 2, Glamorgan going up with them. Wooden spoon to Kent. Now it's just a matter of who's coming down with Worcestershire. Liam Dawson, new batter with Ali Orr down at Southampton. Dawson can do it, can't he?
His highest score in first-class cricket's 171. So he can bat.
Oh boy, he can bat, yeah, Dawson. Nasty injury at Radlett a few years back for Dawson, which is really horrible. Well, batting his Achilles, I think it was torn.
Yes, no.
Whether it is Surrey or Hampshire that win it, we just all want it to go to the wire at least, don't we? Something has to go to the wire in the last round. It's not been the title, it's not been promotion, but one of the relegation spots.
It would be good that at 4:15 tomorrow, something is still in the offing.
Ali Orr's out. 5 down.
"39 overs left in the day then. 13 that was after 8.
Oh, that's a lovely ball from Roland Jones. What a beaut that is. Down the slope. The pavilion ends. And he picks up Charlesworth with a ball that nips away. Takes the edge, and a good catch by Cracknell as well.
Lovely areas. Just that feather of an edge, and it does the job. He'd done some cracking work earlier today from the nursery end, but back at that old faithful pavilion end. Roland Jones has the breakthrough in the second innings.
Price. The Juice to his mates. What are their nicknames? Are we established yet with the Price brother? It's got to be the Juice, isn't it, for Ollie Price? Youngster at the back of the commentary box, not knowing that reference. So 6 overs till tea after this one. Middlesex would have hoped to have taken at least 1 in, but probably 2. There'd be half a greedy mind on finishing this today. Trouble, but not big trouble. Wicket maiden for Toby Rowland-Jones. That's 2 maidens on the bounce. Four more. First boundary for Phillips. 17th ball. This follow on. Little scrap here for the leading wicket taker for Middlesex this season. Jones is on 42. Higgins is on 40. His player of the season prize, which he's held for the last couple of years, is on the line here, Higgins. He needs to bag a few and top the wickets column again. to deny him, wouldn't he? If you're the all-rounder, batting at 5 and you're the leading wicket taker as well, it's going to be pretty hard to wrestle that trophy off him. But Aaron Jones is 2 ahead of him as it stands. Ricochets off the knee. Is that Geddes? No, that's Geddes. Who's it ricocheted off? Oh, it might be the skipper. Is it the skipper? No, it's not Cornwell.
I like the way you automatically went Geddes, bearing in mind the way his day's gone so far. You know how these things, generally speaking, follow you around.
You're saying Ben Geddes is the Dickie Bird of the Middlesex team?
Well, it's certainly magnetic at the moment. If it's happening, it's following him. Dash to the bowler's bar, which is why Roland Jones waits, and they've all cleared behind him.
For a single here. Hampshire have just lost their 6th wicket.
105 for 6.
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
Means that Washington Sundar is now walking out to bat. Char's got 4 for 26 to his name on a pitch that's turning. Fire up the sat-nav and put the M3 into it.
Oh, you tease. Wow. I've seen a few of them in this match. None on the stumps yet, but there's just been the odd one, hasn't there, outside the off stump that goes underneath the bat. Praising this wicket the first couple of days from Middlesex was a beaut. We'll take this every game, please. Here at Lords. And they're well on top, so you can see why. It was a fair bet that next ball was going to be on the stumps. One off the over, 20 for 1. 4 overs to tea on the third day. Max Holden in the background there, good to see him. Sadly injured for this one. Zafagoha returns to the attack. Now, it's this little coaching session that he's offering to Price here. You have to get forward, Ollie, but don't get too far forward.
In the force off the back foot.
Cheeky. Cut fine and Cut for 4, I think. It's a good chase, but a chase in vain.
Can't beat point. End of the 12th. 27 for 1 as we draw ever closer to the tea interval. Feels like it's getting a little bit darker again, actually. It just feels like the lights are getting that little bit more dominant. Ah, well, that might explain why. There are certainly some darker clouds. Now, whether they're over the top of us or not, that might be why it just feels that little bit darker.
Away fine for 4.
The angle took it down the leg side. Price simply glanced it on its way.
7th over for Roland Jones, just looking a little tired there. He's been out in the field since when? Do you reckon there was a vote to follow on or not to follow on? The bowlers all said no. Bat again, the batters all said yep. Following on, come on. Day off tomorrow. The infamous Essex game here in the title defence. To start the title defence of Middlesex in 2017. Essex on the ropes on the 3rd evening at tea, preparing to follow on, and then they get the news that Middlesex haven't enforced. Middlesex would go 7 games that season before they found their first victory in their title defence. Resulted in a relegation. Essex would go on and win the title. Like with all these dressing room tales, you have to wait a few years before you find the true story, and then you have to wait a few more years until you can tell it. It's pretty much safe enough now that no one's going to be upset.
Yeah, the statute of limitations on that story is now officially gone.
So apparently the dressing room was split in half. The bowlers did not want to bowl again at tea on day 3. They wanted a rest, they wanted the batters to go again, and the batters wanted to enforce the follow-on. And with a split dressing room, the captain had to make a decision. First game of the season, do I upset my batters or do I upset my bowlers?
Well, I imagine the answer to that question is, was the captain a batter or a bowler?
All-rounder, James Franklin.
Because that's then the difficult one, isn't it? When you've got a captain who is a insert whatever here. It'd be interesting to know actually how, because each captain will have it differently, what Laius Deploy wants to do as a captain. Does he want to be seen to be democratic and actually take in canvass some opinions? And then is he going to be swayed if it's a strong number one way or the other? Or does he say, well, I'll listen to what you're saying, but I've got to make a decision I'm happy with myself?
Look at the swing on that. Big inside edge. Saves Phillips.
Some hoop on that, wasn't there? Edge, pad, just wide of off stump.
It's amazing how with age he's become a swing bowler, Roland Jones. Renowned as a heavy length seam bowler. Finding lift out of any surface and now swinging it around corners. Tea at Southampton, 113 for 6. And 8-1 is their target. Fuller and Washington, the not out batters. Cracking fielding from De Carey's. One ball and 1 over until tea here. For 1 with 33 to bowl.
Tell you they've gone off a bad light at Leeds. In a game that must be really quite hard to watch at the moment. Still in the second innings of the match. Yorkshire 465 for 9 with a lead of 119.
Although Durham probably need to start getting a little worried, because even were Hampshire to lose, Durham will be under an awful amount of pressure when they come out to bat tomorrow. Currently 119 behind. They need to get that Yorkshire innings done. Roland Jones, 8th over on the bounce. Final over before tea.
Champions of Division 1 have finished with a win. Notts have beaten Warwickshire by 10 wickets at Trent Bridge. So Surrey, of course, were always hoping for a slip-up for their outside chances, but that won't happen.
Probing away as ever. Chuntering as well. Final trudge back before tea, the last trudge of the season. The leading wicket taker as it stands for Middlesex with 42 poles to his name. Very nearly 43. Last ball before tea. Phillips to have strike. 36 balls faced. Gloucestershire looking to hang on this third day. Take it deep on the third day. The lights may well bring an early finish today, and then it'll be open curtains in the morning and see what the skies have in store. It is on day 3 here at Lord's. 34 for 1, trailing by 314 runs as they follow on. Middlesex will make their way off the fields for a brief break, a rethink. A little bit of work to do. Gloucestershire keeping them at bay, just one down at the interval. Join us back on the live stream here at Lord's from Middlesex, brought to you in association with DafaNews. Evening all, welcome back to Lords. 32 overs to go. Light permitting of the third day. Umpires are having a look. It might be over to the spinners already. It's pretty gloomy here, as you can probably detect on your screens, the shadows. Even from the helmets, the grills of the batters, you can see the shadows on their shoulders and their necks. DafaGohar's got plenty to say. Come on guys, no hiding. Get out there and bat. Dafa fancies a bowl. Ah! Did Price just tell DafaGohar to politely go away? Look, Holman it is going to be after tee to bowl. By Blackwell having a natter with him. 34 for 1 it is. There is another delay here. What is it? Live enhanced stream from Middlesex here at Lords. Brought to you in association with DafaNews. Well, it's actually going to be Josh DeCary's, and Middlesex to think their way through this evening, it would appear. I'm Kevin Hands, Andrew McKenna's alongside me.
Yeah, it feels like they've got out there, and whatever plan was originally in place has now been scuppered with the information from the umpires. No, actually, if you want to stay out here, you can't bowl anyone quicker than a very slow medium pace. So, plan adapted. Time for some DeCary's. Punched away wide of mid-on. Like a live production meeting as we're doing here to work out the points tally for relegation, just so we're clear in relaying the message, not because I'm thinking about mileage next year. The reason Kevin's got his shoes and socks off trying to work this out is because Hampshire are 8 down against Surrey. The target 181, 122 for 8.
Hampshire 8 down, I hadn't noticed.
Aha. Right, now what's this conversation? I like the way Justin Keris has gone over and given one of the umpires DafaGohar's jumper, as if to say, well, look, you know he's bowling. And I think that might be that. Unfortunately, Zafar Gohart can put his jumper back on. And the concern is that at basically 4 o'clock, I don't know about you, Kev, but I can't really see the light improving sufficiently. And by that I mean so that we're not actually working under floodlights.
Yeah, sadly, very difficult to see how they get back on here today. Middlesex having a go in bowler-friendly conditions, which may have influenced the decision to enforce the follow-on that they thought, well, go on, have a go today while the skies are grey. It could be blue skies in the morning, so see if we can get some assistance and bundle through a few tonight. Not quite time to shake hands yet. It's Price and Phillips' turn to see Middlesex. There'll be a waiting game for about an hour or so to see if any lighter skies blow in. Hard to see. So it'll be a break for sure. Quite probably for the evening. If it is, we'll join you back in the morning at just before 10:30 with the highlights from today and the overnight interview. But if not, we'll be back as soon as play resumes. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. The live stream from Middlesex in association with DafaNews.
5 minutes to leave the set. If you go down there, we can have them with the they've got to go to the shop and they've got to get to the river tent. I've put it in for the added on.
Well, as you can see, the inevitable news has been confirmed. We're not going to get any more play today. So we're going to be back underway tomorrow morning for the final day of the final game of this particular season. Can Middlesex force this one through? Gloucestershire to resume at 39 for 1. The Middlesex Enhanced Stream, in association with DafaNews, will be back with you tomorrow.